Romana Weeks,
Stacy Adams.
Joe Gibson here. We have a quorum, and Julie Renardo just texted me that she's going to late, she will be here.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with our student recognition for the April students of the month. Who do we want to start with? We've got Ryan Jones for Anderson New Tech and Marshall Harvey for North Valley High School.
Is Ryan here? Martin's not here yet. Ryan's right here. Let's throw Ryan. That sounds great.
Hello. So I have the pleasure, I'm Jill McWilliams, counselor at Anderson New Tech. I have the pleasure of talking about Ryan Jones for a little bit. Ryan has been at Anderson New Tech his entire high school career, and we absolutely adore him. One of the things that Mrs. Heisel put is that you were her very first behavior contract that she ever wrote, and you've never been in her office except for positive things since as a freshman. Ryan, this beautiful smile, this is what you see all the time. He is very jovial. He is incredibly helpful. He is always willing to give a tour, and he is very diligent about his academic work. You will see on his transcript that early on he had some struggles, but took full advantage of the support that is available at New Tech. He asks for help. He offers help. He has played football at Anderson High School. We are happy that he is going to remain a senior at New Tech next year. He is really part of a core group that really has established what New Tech is about in terms of the collaboration, the communication, the critical thinking. He is a great mentor to our younger students. And one of the things that Mr. Lewis shared is that Ryan is consistent and works hard to make sure that he is engaged with assignments, projects, and work in his class. Ryan continues to grow in every aspect of New Tech, inside and outside the class. Ryan is familiar and friendly face to all the students. Ryan is kind, relaxed, and has a fun and helpful attitude. He establishes and maintains school culture and community as he supports all students. In short, Ryan is a student willing to learn, willing to work, and willing to help. Mrs. Savage said, one of the very first students to welcome me as I joined the New Tech family, Ryan Jones. I will always remember how he confidently walked up to me, introduced himself, and shook my hand, a gesture that left a lasting impression. Since that first meeting, it has been an absolute pleasure to watch him grow and mature with each passing school year. Ryan is an incredible, reliable, naturally funny, deeply kind, and a truly remarkable student. Congratulations.
So this is right. Congratulations. Congrats.
Good evening, I'm Carly Martinez from the Alternative Education Site. I'm gonna bring Erica Martinez up here. No, we're not related, but this is the mom of Marshall Harvey, and he's our chosen student of the quarter. He's not able to attend this evening, so we have this beautiful Erica to join. So I got to know Marshall this summer in summer school. I was helping out this year, and I didn't have him in my class, but he was always popping his head in my door, saying hi, being silly, being goofy, and I was like, I really like you, dude, but I do not want to see you at our school. I need you to get your credits this summer, and you are not to come down here. Well, he ended up down in our valley. Just a goofy dude, cool, goofy. I went ahead and went to all the staff, and I asked them about some things that they wanted to share about Marshall. And our probation officer, Casey Myson, shared that Marshall has matured tremendously. He keeps his company positive. He's made an impressive amount of credits. he's mentioned that he's been a really positive presence on campus. He immediately goes and grabs the basketball and plays basketball every break, every lunch. He's out there dunking and schooling the kids, not schooling me, but the kids on our campus every day. Our registrar, Fawn, said that North Valley has seen Marshall through many ups and downs since freshman year. He was there and then left, and then now he's came back. But this year has been the most growth that she's seen in him as a student and as a person. She shared that Marshall came back determined to work hard and take control of his future. Mr. DeGiorgio shared that Marshall has become a very self-aware and consistent individual in class. Said Marshall now keeps his head down, stays focused, and does the job. Mrs. Rosetto described Marshall as a true success story. She shared that he is respectful to staff and students, takes accountability for his actions, and has shown a huge jump in maturity. Ms. Hope shared that Marshall has grown not just as a student, but as a young man. She shared that she's proud of his perseverance, self-regulation, responsibility, and empathy, and she can't wait to see what he accomplishes in the future. And I will share with you that we had lots of communication with Mom throughout this school year, and I've already told her recently, I can't believe where he's at as a student and as a human. He's grown so much. I'm so proud of him. Our school counselor, Jamie Moreno, shared that Marshall has shown an incredible growth through hard work, accountability, and determination. She said that he's focused on earning his credits and staying out of trouble. He's working towards returning to a comp site and getting back on that basketball court, which I really hope he does. I'm an athlete myself, and I love watching him play basketball. And like I said, he can't beat me on the court. We have played, but hopefully he'll do better at the amateur. She also shared that Marshall's story proves that positive change is possible when students are willing to put in the effort, accept the help and the guidance. As a team, we've held Marshall very accountable for everything throughout all of the process, and he's grown from that, and he's become a better human because of it. There's been rough moments and great moments, and there's been times when we've butt heads with him, and those are so small compared to what we've seen now. And we're just really proud of him, and we couldn't be more proud to present him with the student of the quarter. And he was definitely a unanimous decision. So congrats to Marshall.
Okay. I will. We're still here.
Oh, no, it's starting.
Come on, Eric. Smile, Eric. Hey, tell Marshall all the nice things you said about him. I would love that. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for both. That's wonderful. So now we're going to move into closed session. I'd like to invite anyone with public comment regarding the closed session items at this point. Looks like you might have something coming up. Hi.
Thank you. Rich Gallardo, one of 4, soon to be 5 alumnus of Anderson High School. I take no pleasure in the complaint that I filed. You'll be hearing it in closed session. No pleasure whatsoever. Teachers have the utmost sensitive positions of trust with our kids. The teachers in the schools see the kids almost more than the parents do. And the teachers have to have the highest sense of morality and ethics to make sure that the kids receive a proper, impartial education. And it's very unfortunate that I had to file this. I don't like doing it. I'd rather be at home with my son right now. This district has done very brave decisions in the last 3 or 4 years. Even in the face of great public opposition, this board has done very good things, moral, ethical things, and the right thing. Even before I filed my complaint, I heard it's possible this teacher may or may not return to the district. They may or may not be even in the state in the near future. That's irrelevant. that is irrelevant. The record must show the teacher's performance while he was attached to this district. That's the right thing to do. I just fear for the kids. What I saw was very concerning, advocating for violating federal law and obstruction of justice, and that's bad. And I don't even know what the parents are not seeing. So the fact that I even saw that was very concerning. I really hope my request, this board is going to decide, my request is that the teacher be terminated with cause and that be put into his record. That's my recommendation. Wherever this person winds up, they may or may not teach other kids in other places and states, but I'm sad, really sad that this is still happening. But I appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you. With that, any other public comments before we go to closed session for closed session items? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. Okay, we're back in session. Let's go ahead and go on to 3.1, flag salute, led by Derek Blumen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on to 3.2. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting? All in favor? Okay. Report of board action taken in closed session. Just to note, 2.1, the superintendent, Brian Parker, received a positive evaluation. For 2.2, regarding the complaint, the matter is currently under investigation following board policy 1312.1, and no action was taken at this time. Regarding 2.3, the board voted unanimously to approve the recommendation for expulsion for 2 students. Okay. So moving on to 3.4, we'll have recognition of the student board member and student representatives for 2025 to 2026 school year.
Okay, first we have Derek Guloff. Derek has distinguished himself as an exceptional leader and a dedicated student throughout his high school career. I first met Derek when he came and spoke to me last year. And did an excellent job in public speaking. He was on diseases, if I remember right. Yeah. This year he served as FFA regional president and was slated for FFA state office, testament to his leadership, commitment, and impact within the organization. Beyond campus, Derek gives back to the community through his volunteer work with Chef Wildlife Rescue, demonstrating both compassion and service. The driven athlete, Derek competes in both cross-country and track, balancing academics, athletics, and leadership with remarkable determination. He also serves as the senior ASB treasurer, where he has played an important role in supporting student activities for visiting this year. This fall, Derek will attend California Polytechnic State University to pursue a degree in animal science, continuing his passion for agriculture. Congratulations, Derek. I think the principal should recognize their students.
Okay, so every meeting representing Anderson High School, we have Lily Jean O'Reilly. Lily Jean, come on up. Lily Jean is the ASB president. She has to put up with some interesting students in her class, one of them being my son, who we were just talking about him today. And so sometimes she picks up slack from other people, you know, but she's always positive. As you can tell, she comes in here with a good attitude and smiling, and always delivers a great report for everyone. And so we really appreciate her. We're gonna miss her a lot. I know Miss Wonder gets emotional talking about it. Luckily, she's not talking about it right now. But yes, appreciate you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
So I've got Amy Solzer and Jacob Garcia. They've split these roles really well over the course of the year. Emmy's a great student. She's very dedicated to her faith, so a couple times she has missed. Other students have stepped up, so thank you very much for that, Jacob. She's actually in Hawaii right now on short-term independent studies. So anyway, so I'll have to get a picture with Emmy back at West Valley, and we'll send it to you guys, okay? And then Jacob, I think most of you know that he was our student representative on the Shasta County, and then next year he's going to be the ASB president, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, and then are you going to be there next year?
No, I'm still next year.
So, okay, cool. So he's just awesome student. Kind of a fun story. Him and my daughter have battled for awards since they were little kids. And Wes was cool enough to give it to both of them. And I went and listened to his 8th grade graduation speech. I can't talk about it or I'll cry. It was good. So just an awesome young man. Thank you, Jacob.
I would like to also add that he just finished his junior year,
Oh, yeah.
and he just earned 2 AA degrees.
He basically emceed a good chunk of the awards ceremony for Shasta County last
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic. He did a great job.
He's dead set on Ivy League, and I'm cautious to tell students like, oh, you're gonna get that for sure, but he's gonna make it. Actually, it's just keeps on. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Heislander, at New Tech, and this is Miss Peyton Winders, who has done this now for 2 years for us, and is departing California for the cooler Michigan. And but tell you what, when you need someone to step in any role we have, Peyton is our person, and nervous as heck to speak to you guys. But finally, I'm like, we wrote notes like smile in the middle of it. She's like, so intense. And it's just been so fun to watch her and kind of, feel it a little bit better. So we appreciate you so much. You've been an amazing asset for us and just a clutch person for me to do everything. It's been awesome. And there you go. Thank you for Good job, Pete. Good job, Pete.
Okay, so that's section 1.
That was report.
So now 3.5, we'll have our student representatives come up and report.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Mr. Berger, thank you for having me. My name is Peyton Winders, and I'm the student representative with events and updates last month. So in May, we had a National School Principal Day. We all came together to show Miss Heisel how grateful we are for her dedication in our school. We also had future freshmen come in to take the math assessment with Mr. Hayes, along with our CAST and intent testing also to be on. We had Teacher Appreciation Week. It was a lot of fun with only us staff-only secret spirit week. Treats and gifts were given to our teachers each day to show our appreciation for their hard work. We had our Anderson New Tech High School Leadership Advisory Board meeting. And then some of our seniors attended the college and career signing day at Clay Middle School. Last Saturday, the Enchanted Prom was held at Anderson Teen Center. During the fun evening, seniors took time to live in the moment and reflect on their time together. Upcoming events. This high school will be at the All-Star Breakfast honoring our seniors Ben Springer and Liberty Thomas. Ben has been a part of leadership for the last 2 years, and Liberty Thomas is our student representative on the New Tech Leadership Advisory Board, and I'm sorry, current ASB president. We will have our final breakfast club / assembly of the school year where Miss Pemberton and the drama class will present an original production of The Wizard of Oz dinner. Tomorrow, join us for our annual Evening of the Arts, showcasing the original production by the drama class, live musical performances for Mr. Peterson's beginning and advanced guitar class, and gallery displays featuring work from Mr. B. Maloney's art and school. This Friday, we are hosting a coffee with the principal, focusing on community input for our local control and accountability. May 26th is the Freshman of the Year banquet launch, honoring freshman Maggie Niemeyer, a past Freshman of the Year, class of 2026. It will be handed on to the President Award. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. May 28th, Miss Heisel and students will be at the story time at the Anderson Library. We will have our annual Day on the Green event and barbecue. There will be live music, games, and fun for students to enjoy after classes are all done for that day. June 4th at 6 p.m. will be our academic awards at the Cascade Theater. We will be celebrating the great accomplishments of our students over the course of this academic year. And at 7:30 p.m., the class of 2026 graduation ceremony scholarship award at the Cascade Theater will take place. June 9th to the 25th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Monday through Thursday, we are hosting New Tech Summer School for student academic success. I want to take a moment and thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak at these board meetings. It has meant so much to me to have a voice and represent the students at my school. Thank you for supporting New Tech and continuing to invest in our school and our future. I also want to give a special thank you to Ms. McWilliams, Ms. Heisel, and Ms. Savage, who continue to work with me and are encouraging me throughout this experience. As this is the last board meeting of the year, I want to let you all know that I am moving to Michigan. I'm excited for this new chapter, but it's very hard to leave a community that has had such a positive impact on my life. I know the next student representative will do an amazing job, and I am so grateful for the opportunity I have had to serve in this role. Thank you all for your time, your support, and everything you do for the student. Any questions?
What's your major?
My major? I'm not sure. Just continue my education and then go from there.
Why Michigan?
Why Michigan? We're from there actually, and my mom's side of the family is from there, and so all of my cousins and stuff are back there.
I went to the Evening of the Arts last year. If you guys have the opportunity to go, it's really wonderful. And the art they do is amazing, and I think they still sell it.
Yeah, some of our students are, yep.
A fundraiser for money for them.
We do that and sell our yearbooks, yeah.
So it's, the art they can do, it's incredible. Because I have no artistic ability, and what they can create, it's astronomical. So I encourage you guys to stop by if there's any way you can. It's really neat to see.
Thank you.
It was really nice.
Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Hello, my name is Lily Jean O'Reilly, and I'm the AAC president at Anderson High School. Thank you, board members and district office staff, for letting us update you on the happenings of our school campus. For athletics, track, we have 4 people on our track team that made it to sections and have a high chance of attending state, consisting of Connor Bushy for long jump and triple jump, Peyton Ford for shot put, Jaime Gonzalez for 1,600 and 3,200, and Israel Garcia for 1,600. FFA. We hosted our annual spring banquet last Thursday. Thank you to all the parents, members, and staff that attended to support our students. It was great to recognize the hard work for our members this year and to celebrate Mr. Wold's retirement after 38 years of service to our school and community. We have catered numerous events and weddings over the last few weeks to fundraise for our national FFA convention trip this coming October, and have many more fundraisers lined up over the summer. FFA is getting ready for fair, which is about a month away. And I can't wait to see all our students show off their hard work. Staff and students are looking forward to our summer activities, including the annual Point of Awards trip, officer training, and trail clearing community service work, and the 3rd of July party work with the Anderson Explodes community. We thank everyone for their hard work and dedication over the year and the continued support from our staff and community. Leadership. This past month, Leadership hosted our staff royalty with 2 Queen participants and 4 King participants. We've also been preparing for our senior sunset that will be on May 29th, starting at 7 p.m. Our senior farewell rally will be on May 29th, where we will present our senior slideshow, something we've been working hard on. Prom. With the help of our volunteer team of leadership, students, and parents, our prom is being held this Saturday at Mercy Oak at 7 p.m. Our theme is Enchanted in Italy. Tickets are still available in the student store for $50 each. Band. Band has their spring concert tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the PAC. Tickets are $8 at the door. Please come and support our amazing performing arts program led by Mr. Costa. Club. Cup Connection. Cup Connection hosted their annual red carpet event where they gave out 2 $150 scholarships and multiple awards to both students and teachers. As the year comes to an end, they are preparing for their end of the year after school party on May 28th. And finally, the winners of the Cup Connection 3-on-3 tournament will be playing in the Reading 3-on-3 June 6th. Yearbook. Distribution day is May 28th. There is only 10 yearbooks left in stock. Fundraising has started for the San Diego Yearbook Conference that the yearbook class will be attending during the summertime. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
So in front of you is board report. It's only 2 weeks of West Valley News. So my board report that I'm going to speak to you about is only 2 weeks West Valley News as well. So this is 2 weeks ago, and we've read it, but this is just what West Valley went out to these past 2 weeks because they're a busy month and we're accomplishing a lot. Alright, so good evening, board, administration, and community members. In front of you is that 2 week recap, and I'm gonna give you what 2 weeks has been this present week. I'm extremely excited to be here, and I'm speaking on behalf of Emmy Solzer, our current ASB president of West Valley. And before I begin, I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with Emmy these past 3 years of my high school career, and an incredible year of working with her under her leadership in the leadership class. Although Emmy could not make it tonight as she's enjoying her time in Hawaii, I would like to give a summary of her plans after graduation. So Emmy will be serving a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and she will be serving in the Philippines for 18 months. Following her mission, she will attend Brigham Young University for nursing school, and she ultimately plans to be an OBGYN nurse practitioner. And on behalf of West Valley and I, we could not be more proud of all of Emmy and all of her accomplishments. Therefore, my name is Jacob Garcia, and next year I'll be West Valley's ASB president, so don't forget me, I'll see you guys monthly. And for my board reports, I was asked by Mr. Bixby to do what I do best, make this fun, make this unique. I don't want to bore you guys, so buckle up and I'll prepare you how these past 2 weeks have gone. So starting with our academics, the end of the year is finally here, and West Valley students can't be happy, summer's here. And yesterday we celebrated students who maintained a 3.5 GPA or higher, and also our varsity athletes. This year we celebrated 276 students. And because that size of that number, we had to move from the PAC to the big gym to fit all of us in and celebrate. And we're also proud to celebrate 5 scholar athletes. These seniors have competed for 4 years of varsity sports and also maintained a 3.5 GPA or higher throughout their high school career. For West Valley and all of Anderson District, graduation season this year, and we have 35 graduating seniors with distinction, which is GPAs higher than a 4.0 and above. And this year's class is graduating with 3,460 college credits and also $368,000 in scholarships. And West Valley students are achieving many great things. We have a singer who was named the Scholar Athlete of the County, Mihaela Guevara. And also our West Valley culinary students partook in the 2nd annual culinary cook-off against Anderson High School. And although Anderson put up a good fight, West Valley won it for the 2nd year in a row. We beat them with our food. FFA is wrapping up for the end of the year, and they're preparing for their banquet, which is tomorrow in the PAC, and they're also getting ready for the fair. It's been exciting seeing all these kids come together with their livestock projects, and they will be showcasing them in the Shasta County District Fair, which is, I believe, 3rd week of June. And I encourage you guys all to come out because they put in a lot of work in those livestock. And now for the most exciting part, our West Valley Sports and Athletics, which I'm reading off of a championship resume right now. Softball is 25-2, and they are heading into playoffs ranked number 1. Baseball is also in playoffs, and they're also ranked number 1. And out of our 8 spring sport programs that are in session, 7 are currently in contention or have already won section titles within the northern section, which is honestly unbelievable. And in the crowd, I have a few athletes for you. So track and field has had an incredible season. They've competed and they have won all 4 league divisions, JV boys, JV girls, and both varsity teams. And here we have Jocelyn Bingley, who's going to give you a rundown of track and field this season.
I'm just going to come up here really quick so you guys can see me. But, our West Valley track and field team, they have just been doing a phenomenal job, dominated in not only just league, but divisions too, taking from that win, which we hope to do on Friday, which is section finals. It's been an honor to compete with athletes like these 2 boys, Isaiah Larson and Brandon Rushing. We could have done it without our coaches. We hope to continue breaking records and hopefully place this section and become section champions.
So yeah, as you see, there's 2 plaques up here for varsity boys and varsity girls, but it also should be noted that we have very strong underclassmen, and our JV boys and JV girls also won the Division II section title. They don't get plaques, unfortunately, but their work should not be unnoted. We have some freshmen who are just outstanding, and we had a very, very strong varsity team this year on both the boys and girls side, so we didn't actually have to pull up any freshmen, which I think our head coach, Scott Fairley, said is like 8th first. And we've never had to pull any freshmen up. And that's not because the freshmen lack talent. It's mainly because we have such talented varsity athletes. I do want to point out there's been a handful of school records that have been broken this year, mainly on the relays. Brandon and I are on the 4x200, 4x100, 4x400, and sprint medley teams. Our sprint medley relay team, consisting of us 2, Connor Garcia and Alex Barfield, broke the school record that the same team had from last year, and the stadium record, and we also broke the 4x200 record earlier in the season. Our 4x800 record consisting of me, Derek, Elijah Anderson, and Ethan Loftus. We broke the school record in the 4x8. We're hoping to break it again at section finals and take down Trinity, who has won the last 3 years in a row. And our 4x4 team is hoping to break the school record. We are 1.2 seconds off. We're hoping to do that again in a very competitive field this Friday.
And not only that, we would like to invite you guys this Friday at Scott Fairley Stadium. Field events start at 3, running events start at 6, so we'd love to see you guys there to support.
Thank you guys.
Track and field has been going well. Mr. Scott Fairley has done an amazing job for the past 30 years. And also, have to mention our boys tennis team. I'm sure you've heard, but we also have here Mr. Lee Caruth. He has officially become unstoppable in our northern section. He's won his 3rd consecutive northern section title, being number 1, and also broke the record.
It's been a great season. I love getting to meet all the different schools and all the different coaches, and it's great just that this
tennis is a very individual sport. The coaches do such a great job of just bringing everyone together. You meet new kids, meet how they do things differently. It's a fun experience that you can travel down because a couple teams will go down to Fresno and everything. You get to see more schools there, and just schools all different sizes. And it's just great. It's been fun. I can't wait to play one more year. I'm enjoying the team. I'm loving all of it. So, yeah.
In section titles, and that is our athletics. And lastly, our leadership looking forward to as well our Down the Green event, which is next Friday, May 29th, with music, food trucks, water slides, the pool open. And it's been an exciting last few weeks, last month. We're excited for graduation. We're excited for summer, and I'm so happy to represent you guys as AUHSD president. But also, I'm excited to share with you guys what West Valley's been up to, not just from myself, but also from our amazing students. Thank you, guys.
It needs to be noted that that third section title is a North Section record for boys tennis. Just so we know that it's kind of a big deal.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Parker, and members of the community. My name is Alicia Sell, and I am a junior at North Valley High School. We are all looking forward to the upcoming campus remodel and the installation of upgraded air conditioning systems. These improvements will make our classrooms more comfortable and create an even better environment for students and staff to learn and work. As we approach the end of the school year, our students continue to make great progress. So far, 32 students have graduated, and several more are expected to complete their requirements in the coming weeks. Our graduation ceremony will be held on Friday, June 5th at 11 a.m. at Bob Reed Stadium. It has been inspiring to watch our seniors work hard to finish their credits and earn their diplomas. We are also proud of students who have made enough progress academically and behaviorally to return to their comprehensive school sites. Oakville High School has recently hosted its WASP accreditation visit. This was an important opportunity to showcase our program, reflect our strengths, and identify ways to continue improving. We are currently awaiting the final report, but the initial response from the committee was positive. On April 17th, staff took 10 students from North Valley and Oakview to Shasta College for CTE Preview Day. Students explored programs such as medical assisting, heavy equipment operation, and welding, along with several other certificate programs. This trip gave students a chance to begin thinking about future careers and educational opportunities after high school. On May 5th, staff and students attended the Olympics. Our students spent the day playing games, blowing bubbles, and handing out candy to athletes. Everyone had a great time, and it was a meaningful opportunity to serve others. Our after-school program, Bulldogs Backyard, has also been very active. On April 24th, we hosted a backyard barbecue and served hamburgers and hot dogs to staff and students. A few more after-school events are scheduled for the remainder of the year, including Kona Ice snow cones, a red carpet event for students and their families, and our end-of-the-year barbecue celebration. District-wide summer school registration is now underway. Summer school will help students recover credits, strengthen academic skills, and stay on track towards graduation. We are excited about the many positive things happening in the alternative education. Our students are working hard, our programs continue to grow, and we are grateful for the support of our staff, families, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for your continued support of our schools and the students we serve.
Okay, now we'll move on to our public comment period. So we'll hear comments from the public regarding agenda items or non-agenda items? Is there any public comment at this time?
Good evening, members of the board. I'm speaking tonight because I'm deeply disappointed that this situation has reached the point of a vote instead of the individual involved taking responsibility and stepping down on their own. The district has bylaws for a reason, and when those bylaws are not followed by one of our own board members, it sends the wrong message to our students, staff, and community. We constantly teach our children the rules matter, accountability matters, and that actions have consequences. But if these very people elected to lead this district are unwilling to follow the rules themselves, how do we honestly expect our students to do the same? To me, refusing to step down when it's clear the district bylaws are being broken reflects character and leadership, and not in a positive way. What is also concerning is that the ongoing effort by Jackie to move the district away from trustee area elections toward an at-large election for governing board members. Trustee areas exist to assure fair representation across all parts of our own community, giving every area and every family a voice. Attempting to change that during a time when trust and leadership is already being questioned only creates more concern and division within this district. Our community has spoken clearly. Many people feel unheard and frustrated, and I hope this vote is not used as another way to silence those concerns. The public deserves transparency, accountability, and leaders willing to uphold the standards expected everyone else in this district. I do want to thank Jackie for her time and effort given while serving on this board. Public service is not easy, and that should be acknowledged. However, I believe the right thing to do now is for her to step down. Thank you.
Hello, board members and community members. I've been here the last few months in what seems to be a harping manner. I assure you that I could be your greatest ally between a greatest ally and a bridge between an upset community and a dysfunctional board if you choose to do the right thing. I want to start by giving some thanks where thanks are due. Joe, thank you for your leadership on this board and adding to the agenda the removal of a board member that no longer meets the requirements in which this board is obligated to abide by your own personal bylaws. We appreciate that. Julia, thank you for contributing to the declining attendance numbers of Anderson High School by having your child attend Foothill High School with an inter-district transfer. Again, I question why you're so invested in this school when your child does not go here. Anderson is hurting in enrollment numbers, and it seems that you should be concerned with that enough to leave your child in the district that they belong in to help the future of this district, which is all of our end goal. Okay? For Jackie, who's not here, I want to thank her for the service, as being on a board is not easy, and thank you for the time that she's put in over the last several years. Last meeting and closing statement, she said that she was so proud of the people showing up. That was always the goal. She met that goal. Even if people are showing up because of the lack of confidence from this board, everybody is now watching your every move. So she met her goal. There's an online article about her husband residing in Oak Run with her and her children. So I think it's abundantly clear that she no longer lives within the district, that she is blatantly disregarding the bylaws set by this board that you guys took the oath to uphold. It doesn't come down to where she lays her head at night. I could care less about that. It comes down to doing what's right, following the rules. You guys enforce rules within this meeting itself. You give everybody 3 minutes to speak and be orderly during their time speaking, and you cut them off at the 3-minute point. That's a rule. You guys should be also held accountable to follow the rules that your board has set. This comes down to character and transparency, showing our future generations how to run business and make changes when you need to, even if it's not what you want to do. I would like the rest of the board to do your job now and follow those rules. You need to uphold the policies that you all agreed to follow when you took this position. The community is watching, and now is the time to do the right thing, do your job, and do it the right way. Vote to remove Jackie from this board and prove to the community that you are willing to do the right thing, even if it's not really what you want to do. Regarding agenda 6.4, governing board self-evaluations, 3 of the 5 trustees responded. I'm also concerned that 2 of the trustees didn't feel that they needed to respond to a self-evaluation. That's pretty concerning. I would assume that you were given ample time to take your self-evaluation, and the fact that you didn't, whoever those 2 people are, it's very concerning to the public. Area 9 states values, ethics, and responsibility. One of the indicators is the board polices its own members when they step outside of the board policy and agreements. The composite rating on that was a 3.3 out of 5. I would say, but we follow rules, right? We don't follow rules. The board doesn't follow the rules. Mr. Barker, one more second. That rating is a 3.3 out of 5.
Ma'am?
It should be a 0 because you guys don't follow.
Thank
the
you very
rules.
much. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, got one more coming up.
Okay, so I'm here to speak, on my husband's behalf. He was not able to be here tonight, but he is the chair of the Shasta County Committee on District Reorganization. Although he's speaking, or his comments are really because he is also a voter in this district. And majority, speaking for himself, I should say. But he strongly encourages the board to consider returning to at-large voting rather than continuing with the current trustee area system. While the California Voting Rights Act pushed many districts towards trustee areas, the reality in many of these communities has been fewer candidates, more constrained seats, more appointments instead of elections, and much smaller pool of people willing to serve. At-large voting allows the entire community to participate in selecting the full board. It burdens the candidate pool and increases accountability to all families in the district, and helps ensure trustees focus on shared community priorities instead of geographic silos. Recent court decisions have also emphasized that electoral systems should not be built primarily around race, but around geography, continuity, and true communities of interest. So keep that in mind, because those maps were drawn based on race, which has now been decided to be unconstitutional. The other thing that I would like to talk to you guys about on your agenda is the Native American Studies. At first glance, it looks like a really great program. It sounds positive. Most people would naturally support students learning about their heritage, culture, traditions, and the history in a meaningful, respectful way. Unfortunately, these studies, we just had a presentation done just on Sunday. It is CRT by a different name. So basically, we were told that we all live in a colonial box. One phrase that was also said was that whiteness is white supremacy, and that sometimes when you think of white supremacy, you think of the KKK, but no, you are supposed to think of whiteness. Once you realize that you are then in this colonial box, you are told that then you are supposed to find racism in everything. So it is fundamentally deconstructive. I also think it's soft bigotry, and it's holding people down instead of empowering them in the communities and their background. So thank you for your time today, and thank you for your service to this community.
Thank you. Okay. So you can still come up if you'd like during the meeting. If there's a specific topic you want to come up, just come to the podium and I'll acknowledge you. But for now, let's go ahead and head on to consent items. Is there anything on the consent items that you would like to be pulled? Fellow board members.
I
approve the consent items.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to 6.2. So this is informational, district highlights and accomplishments, right?
Yes, the board has asked me to assemble this, and so with the help of my team at district office, we assembled it. It's in the agenda, it's online. Some of the things we've done the last couple of years. It's kind of nice to hear the students' perspectives of their sites. They're very proud of their school, all the things they're doing well. But sometimes when adults get involved, it's very critical of the school. It really fits that. One thing we did, we gave parent rights forefront in our district. Parents have a right to know about student education. And the U.S. Supreme Court recently agreed with us in regards to AB 1955. So that's huge. I'm proud of our board for doing this. Athletically, we've installed new scoreboards at all sites and all sports. We completed track resurfacing in Anderson High School. We installed new gym floor at West Valley High School large gym. We resurfaced and restriped the West Valley High School small gym floor. We added coaches to assistant positions in softball and baseball. For years we only had one, now we have an assistant paid coach. We increased all coaching stipends in the entire district. And we see how many excellent teams West Valley has. There's a good coach behind those teams. And these days, gas prices the way they are, it's hard to hire quality people. Sometimes they gotta miss their job, come to work, and the money they spend in gas going to practice and advance, it's a losing proposition. So we were able to increase the amount of money all of our coaches get. In addition to that, we've added incentives for coaching. They get a bonus for a league championship, they get a larger bonus for a second championship, and if they win a state championship, they get a big bonus. So we're proud of that. We try to make our campus safer. We've improved campus safety and emergency response capabilities through the implementation of ACT-VNet, just recently. That program is a county-wide program. We will label every one of our buildings on all of our campuses in a certain fashion. So when first responders come on, they know how to navigate the campus. Our staff is familiar with the campus, but when strangers come on, they don't know where the PAC is, they don't know where the library is. But the buildings will have a code that they can navigate quickly, and as you all know, there's a severe issue on campus, seconds matter. We strengthen our cybersecurity and our district technology department. We've upgraded our entire district campus camera system. They'll monitor, provide more safety. And those cameras also have the ability for facial recognition. If an intruder comes on campus, the camera will follow that person. We've had all of our districts assessed by the Central California Intelligence Center, as well as the Shasta County Sheriff's Office and Anderson Police Department for safety. We are here for students to learn, academics. As most of us know, when we were in school, we didn't have cell phones. Kids today, it's just part of life. Unfortunately, they distract from students concentrating on the curriculum. Last month, our board adopted a new policy to ban cell phone use from bell to bell. They still have it under person in case of emergency, but they can't have it out there in school. We launched an NWA math growth program. All schools take state assessments. It's kind of they take it many times in junior high, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Don't take it once in high school, take it junior year. It's kind of an end-all status. The math growth shows student growth, though. It allows, students might be low, but how much do they grow? It's a great tool we've done to measure our student success. New Tech has adopted a hybrid learning model, and their enrollment is going up with many students who want to be a hybrid model. Our district-wide CAS scores have been going up. After COVID, we were the only district in the county with increased test scores during COVID because our district chose to come back to school fully in person that fall in August. We've implemented the California Spanish Assessment supporting college and career education growth, CCI indicator. We've expanded career technical education. We now have a hands-on construction pathway class we never had. A lot of our students don't want to go to college. They want to go out and get a job in contract and get an opportunity. We've introduced theater classes. It was missing for a long time. We've introduced band back to West Valley didn't have band for over 20 years. That's back to us. We've implemented, on this list, I just saw Stephen, the not heavy equipment, but farm equipment class. They're driving heavy equipment though. We've increased dual enrollment opportunity for those students who want to go to college. Mr. Garcia has 2 AA degrees. At all TED, we've implemented a virtual career exploration course. I actually was participating in that when we came up and presented it to us. We put on a virtual headset, you can pick different careers. I did a knee replacement surgery all out. Virtually, it's amazing. And the kids really like that. So they watch several videos, pick one they're interested in, and they go deeper into that field to see if something they could pursue for a career. And we've recently adopted a formal English learner curriculum for ELD classes. So we've done a lot academically for our students. Our climate survey, we send out to parents and students. Our college and career readiness, there's growth in 3 of the 5 questions. Academic progress, this is by the parents and students. Growth in all 8 areas. Student engagement, growth in 2 out of 3. Relationships, how our teachers relate to the students, growth in all 5 questions. Family engagement, growth in all 5 questions. Decision making, that's input, site council meetings, growth in all 3 session meetings, 3 questions. And safety, which I'm glad we saw the growth in all 4 questions. Compensation. I've been in the district 32 years, and we were always behind Shasta, and we still are a little tiny bit. But this year, our pay for teachers is actually higher than Shasta district. Shasta district has a little bit more benefits. We're going to work on that. So we have a 2-year contract. Thank you to CTA and CSA for that. We've increased substitute pay. Our district is still considered a rural district. We're allowed to deviate from what the county sets the substitute pay. Sometimes if you're all that West Valley, you only made the drive, it's a long ways out. If you're a sub in Reading, you really want to make that drive. You work in Reading. We've increased the pay enough to make it beneficial for them to drive all the way out. As I already mentioned, we increased all coaching stipends and incentives. Upgrade to facilities. This is modernization, deferred maintenance. Things wear out over time, just like your house does. You have HVAC issues that wear out. For Anderson High School, 200 building HVAC replacement. I mentioned Anderson High School track research and athletics. Anderson High School small gym and large gym HVAC systems. North Valley High School modernization for phase 1 with roofing, siding, and doors. Starting phase 2 this summer. West Valley resurfaced the small gym, resurfaced the track and floor with gym floor. This is not glamorous, but needed. West Valley High School sewer pond repurposing, the necessity. West Valley High School replacing the large gym floor. We've insulated the large gym at West Valley. Even though the AC was running nonstop, couldn't keep up. So we put some insulation ceilings to help that AC compete. Things we're currently doing. We're doing modernization of the community day school, Oakview High School, and North Valley. New Tech just got a brand new marquee from their school. Long overdue. North Valley High School modernization phase 2, as I mentioned. The sewer vault at West Valley. They run a sewer pond system with a grinder, and that vault was built back in 1980 or 81. It needs to be replaced. To replace it was like $1.2 to $1.5 million. We found a company that can spray in a liner, reline the vault. They guarantee it for a long time, and fraction of the cost. That's happening this summer. West Valley High School gym boiler replacement. You don't freeze it in the wintertime. And the district office, district around since 1909. There's several documents that are called Class 1 documents that are required to save your life. We have board minutes from the 1920s in paper copies. And we are scanning all those, but we need storage, so we're working on building a storage facility. Our business department. The fact that our teachers are very well paid now, we still have a 3-year positive certification on our budget. There's positive, there's qualified, and there's negative. So projected 3 years out, it's the hard work of this department until upon certification. They have strong reserves. We just re-implemented our own transportation department. 20+ years ago, we gave it up. Jackson County did it. Then they, my 3 minutes up, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's good news we have our own transportation department. We also brought back our own food service department. Both those services were contracted out with other districts, and I'm trying to make our district strong on something. We've enhanced ASB management. You know, we get audited on every little thing we do financially, and Jennifer Parks and this department has really tightened that up with our ASB management. And I believe all students in general. That makes me think on digital records. So I don't say that to brag, it's not me, it's my team, it's my board. Our board has done amazing things. This is all the last 3 years since I've been to the city. I'm proud of what we're doing. I'm proud of our kids. It makes me so happy when I hear the kids get up and speak in a positive manner about their schools. And that's why we're here with the kids. Sometimes when the adults start fighting, it overshadows what we're positive things to do. So I'd like to thank the board for all their hard work.
Thank you.
We can clap for that.
Okay, 6.3. So we'll go over the trustee assignments for the class 2026 commencement ceremony. So we'll have Jackie Barbera and Stacy Adams at Anderson Union High School, June 4th at 8 p.m. at the Bob Reed Stadium. Joe Gibson's going to be at West Valley Early College High School, June 4th at 8 p.m. at the Stark Fairleigh Stadium. Alana Weeks will be at Anderson New Tech High School, June 4th at 7:30 p.m. I'll be at the Cascade Theater. And Julie Arenaro will be at the Alternative Education Sites, June 5th at 11 a.m. at the Bob Reed Stadium. So moving on to 6.4, the summary of board self-evaluation responses. This is informational. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add?
I'd like to, I'd like to say I was the one of the two that did not submit the self-evaluation because I want you to make sure you can quote me as one who did not submit it. So you're not blame Julia or Mana or Jackie or Joe or whoever else you would like to blame. I was one who did not submit it, so make sure you quote it as me, that I was one.
Why?
That was my comment, thank you. That was my comment.
Okay. So moving on to 6.5, the selection of student board member for the 2026-27 school year. We had 3 candidates. Ryan, you want to go over?
Well, all the information is there for you. They apply, their sort of resume, and you guys make the decision. I don't want to give any preference. You don't want to hold it in.
So do we have? Thank you.
I'll make a motion for Michaela Silva from Anderson Tech High School.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we have any other motions to entertain? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 6.6, consideration of transitioning from trustee area elections to at-large elections for governing board members. This is a discussion item. It was submitted by Jackie. Do we have any other board members that would like to discuss? Or should we?
Well, I was part of that study,
Okay.
and I thought that study was very good. I like the fact that it breaks it out so different areas get to vote. And we spent a lot of money to do that, and I think we're complying with the law that we've been asked for it, and I would not like to move off.
I don't like it. I don't think it gives everybody the right to vote. I think it segregates people in certain areas. When you're out in the country, it limits how many people are out there. I know we spent a lot of money on it. I think we were forced to do it due to the law changing. It seemed like we had to do it. So it's something I would like to look into changing as a discussion item. I don't like it. I think it ought to be something we could vote on. And I think it's something that we should be open to discuss.
I'll comment just in the sense of looking at it from different angles. It's definitely challenging to find candidates within a certain district or zone. So I think if we were to go back to at-large, it would increase our candidate pool. However, also on the flip side of that, when you don't have these borders or lines and we go to the at-large, it gives an opportunity, or it gives an opportunity essentially like if three people from Anderson wanted to run for board, got elected, it would, kind of, I would think, make it like biased. So you have more people going for Anderson versus, a more balanced approach in how the situation is done. Wasn't there a Supreme Court ruling of this at-large, like it was directive, but not necessarily a
You're referring to
law?
the U.S. Supreme Court versus Alabama?
Yes, yeah.
Recently, the U.S. Supreme Court said that states cannot set some regulations based on race. And so a portion of the study was done, did include race, also population, demographics. It's all in your board packet, anybody can see it, what the study was done. So I believe there was 4 choices, color-coded choices, you guys had to pick one, and the board picked a color. They thought that was a larger. But that is one factor, of course, the California Voting Rights Act, and the attorneys out there, we got called demand letter. You had to do it. At the time it was finished, not one district in California had ever won a case. I think there was some district in Santa Clara, I want to say, challenged it, spent like 1.2 million on the case and lost. So there wasn't one district in California that won that case. But with this new ruling from the Supreme Court, you can't divide sections by race. And I guess if you could decide, we could have a new study done and make sure race is not included in that study. I agree with what you're saying. It's, I've been to Chicago where I've seen the board majority West Valley people, and I've seen the board majority of Anderson people. And sometimes there's that implicit bias they demonstrate. That's the problem. I also understand that sometimes it's hard to find board members. When you narrow this, we're a small district, you divide the 5 regions, in one little district, someone resigns or someone doesn't want to run again, and trying to find somebody to run that area can be difficult at times. So it's up to you guys what you want to do.
I think it's something that we should discuss, because I think it felt like we had to do it, like you said, because it's something that was a lot of money that we didn't do it, everybody had to do it. And we did spend a lot of money on the study. So I think it is a good thing to be discussed, and I would like Jackie available here for the discussion. Since it is a discussion item.
So no action this time, it's just discussion. There isn't.
So are you asking me to bring it back on for more discussion?
Well, it is just a discussion item, so we are.
I know, but we're not done discussing. You're asking me to put it on the agenda next month for more discussion.
If, I guess it's up to her if she wants to bring it on the agenda again, since she's the one that wanted it on there.
Or you can make a motion if you wanted to put it on the minute, or you could just do that.
No. Okay, moving on.
So moving on to 6.7.
Do I have a motion to make?
Okay.
I move that the board recognize that trustee Lavabera is no longer resides in the trustee area number 4 that she was elected in. And that was in the Anderson Union High School boundaries. Based on evidence to be discussed by the board, trustee Lavabera lives in a community of Hope Run and no longer resides in the AUHSD area. I further move that the board find that trustee Lombard's seat on this board of trustees was forfeited by operation of law when she ceased residing in the trustee area 4. That a vacancy in that seat now exists under Education Code Section 1590. And I further move that the board direct the staff to initiate the process of filling the vacancy under Education Code Section 5091. That is all part of our board bylaws.
We have a discussion about this?
We need a second, we can discuss.
Well, I think if we discuss, then, well, we should be discussing it before.
I can make a motion whenever.
Yeah, we can make a
Then
motion.
discuss after you get a second.
Yeah, point of order,
Well, if you
we can have the motion and have a second and discuss it afterwards. It's fine.
That's normal.
I think if we were to make a motion and then second, then the discussion.
No, it's not, because we could still vote either way. Or a second motion can be presented. So do we have a second for Joe's motion?
Tomorrow you can make a second.
And I would like to hear the evidence before I vote yes, but I think it's good to discuss it, so I will second for the discussion.
Okay, so my question is, what's the process? So say, Mr. Parker and Jackie gets voted off the island. Voted off the island. What does that process look like? Because we're in an election here, and I just want to know what that's going to look like.
So it's a timing issue. If this would have happened after August 13th, we just had 4 board members until the election, because it's so close to the election. Because it's happening before August 13th, we would have 60 days to appoint a new person. So we would advertise, you know, like, if you remember Mr. Hale, he applied for an appointment when Mr. Schaefer resigned. I think there were 6 or 7 candidates, and the board picked Mr. Hale to be the appointee. So we would advertise, and then the board would select someone to fill that vacancy. We have 60 days to do that.
Do they have to reside in the area that she is vacated?
Currently, yes.
So then if we appoint someone, and then we have the election, that brings in another person?
Yeah, they would only serve until the end of Jackie's term.
But that person could also run.
The timeline is 60 days for maximum, so it doesn't, we know when it's short. For what I think, essentially, it didn't mean not to decide, but the maximum is 60 days.
Yeah, we have to appoint them by 60 days. We do it earlier, that's fine.
I think it is important to know that, and I probably uphold this, that we should have done this when it started coming out at one of the first meetings we had about 5 months ago. that she wasn't here. And for whatever reason, it didn't happen, and that's could be my fault or whatever, but we need to rectify it and make it right. She doesn't live in our district, she's bullying on our situations, and that's not legal. And it says in the law it is not legal. So we have to take action. We can't let this happen any longer.
I don't think it makes sense.
How does it?
But make sense.
It's your
She's
bylaws.
not-
How do you know
No,
the
no,
rules?
no, I'd like to finish my
The board is discussing right now.
It doesn't make sense bringing someone in who is not, privy to all the board knowledge. It's a huge learning curve. is what I'm trying to
So
say.
it makes sense to keep someone on the board who's violating your own
But
bylaws.
please let Julia finish.
Please.
You'll have a chance, you can also speak.
And then to have another person come in. So to me, Jackie is an asset to our district. She has been for the term that she's been here. And it doesn't make sense to me to remove her when we're so close to an election that we would be bringing in a new person at once. She's an elected official. It is a board policy of ours, not a
It
law.
is actually under government code 1717.
Thank you.
Just,
Again, I still believe that.
So you don't want to follow the rules, is what you're saying.
The rules make
It
us.
it doesn't matter to make sense.
If you want to speak,
I think this is our meeting right now.
Okay.
You work for
That's the
us,
problem, though.
don't forget that.
excuse me, this is a board meeting held in public.
Okay,
It's
well,
not a public meeting where the board attends.
you
can get up
can
in line,
take
no
the
recognition.
podium after this gentleman.
Let me point something out. Let me point something out. This is just not a board policy. This is a government code, California code. It is, the Attorney General of California wrote this policy. It's not just us. It's the state of California.
Technically, yeah, we don't have to
It'd be
vote
like us
on
having,
either.
bring in a senator from Oklahoma to be on our Senate. They don't represent us. So she can't be on our board. Whether she's done a good job, I'm not arguing that, but we're not following the rules, and we should have been.
Thank you, Joe. I disagree because maybe you have been aware of this knowledge that she moved or whatever.
It was brought to us by the
Public, you knew about it.
And we also have the ability to choose not to vote for all. Technically speaking.
How do
Follow
you
your
not
bylaws.
follow the rules? This is why people have no respect for you guys. Like, you're wondering why we're speaking over you. It's stuff like this. Like, if you can't follow your own bylaws, then how are we supposed to have any faith in the decisions you're
Brianna,
making?
why, you're gonna speak in front of me?
I'm waiting.
Okay,
So
so
let's
go ahead and hear from the public
Yeah, let's
on
look
this,
at the public.
and then
3 minutes
we'll
each.
return to board comments.
I'll be quick. The first thing is just a couple points. I've only been to the last like 5 board meetings. I think Jackie's been here to 2 of them. It's like, I've seen so many issues get kicked down the road because everyone wants to hear what Jackie has to say, but she doesn't show up. And the other thing is, it's a great opportunity to get to test drive a person in that seat. If we get someone for a few months, we get to take a look how they are, and then we can vote for them in the election. So I'm asking you to get a
Ultimately, I know you guys don't want to hear from me, I've said a lot, but it's ultimately comes down to like the integrity of the board itself. You guys were appointed by the public. You said that she's done a great job. We disagree. So that's part of it too, naturally. You may have your own bias, but we have our opinions. We don't feel like Jackie's done a great job. In fact, like he mentioned, I've been coming to every single board meeting since you guys denied my dad's reinstatement in February, and I've not seen Jackie once, not once, since that meeting. Somehow, I have 2 toddlers at home, and somehow I'm making it every month. So, no, I disagree that she actually is not doing a good job. I don't think she's doing a good job at all, and she's violating the bylaws that are set in place for a reason. So I understand that you're saying it doesn't make sense. That's a very convenient cop-out, but there's bylaws for a reason. So it may not make sense to you, but you were sworn in on these bylaws. She doesn't live in her area anymore. She was elected to represent that area. She does not live there anymore, and she should go.
You don't live in Shasta County either, I don't think.
And
I don't think
so
you're allowed to.
I knew someone was gonna say that. Actually, I grew up in Cottonwood. I lived there for 25 years.
You don't now, so you don't even get.
So I shouldn't have an opinion on what happened.
Not if you don't live here, you can't vote here.
Okay,
There's not
well,
voting.
actually, yeah, so I'm not in a position that requires me to live somewhere to have an opinion on something. And also, I'm heavily invested in all of this because of what you guys did to my dad. And I do have 2 toddlers that I would have hoped went to West Valley High School one day, and they probably won't at the rate that this is going. If West Valley even exists at that time, or just because of the lack of integrity of this board and what will eventually happen to that school because of it. It starts at the top. So yeah, Stacy, I actually do have a pretty valid opinion on everything. And to make that your point, that I can't have an opinion because I don't live there, just shows that you have no leg to stand on. So, thank you.
can't imagine why board members don't want to come and be publicly berated monthly. I've been coming to these meetings for at least the last 5 years and seeing your faces. And I understand why people wouldn't come for this. This is ridiculous. You guys have come for the last 4 months, 5 months, because you didn't get your way on one vote. Where were all of you for the rest of the votes?
We're allowed to have opinions on things we
You are
disagree with.
very much allowed to have an opinion, and you're very much
They're in a
allowed.
position of public scrutiny.
Excuse
They
me,
should be
excuse
allowed.
me.
Do not
We're trying to
interrupt
control
the
the
other
meeting.
speaker.
If speakers want to address the board, if speakers want to address the board, address the board, do not address the crowd.
So, my point is Jackie has held this position for many years. We're talking about 4 or 5 more months. I don't understand the uproar to get 2 months out of somebody new, let the elections happen, let it go through the way it was. She was elected when she lived here. She has never done wrong by the district that I have seen. I understand some people didn't get their way. We don't always get our ways. There's been a lot of times you guys voted against things I wanted. I still come, I'm still respectful and let you guys make your decisions because you're privy to stuff that not everybody is. So please just not get this up roar. And please know that you have communities that support you, not just some loud mouth in the crowd.
So first of all, Joe, you cited Ed Code 1590. That doesn't seem to exist, so I'd like clarification on that.
And that's one of the codes, yes.
Yeah,
1591, yeah.
1591 and 1590. 5090, 5091.
50,
90.
okay. 50, not 15. Okay, thank you. Also, bylaws are yours. You make the bylaws. A lot of times when I come up here, I want to tell you guys and empower you that you have a lot of power. You get to make these decisions, and not only that, but you are put in this power by the voters. Now, if there is a group of people that want to start a recall against you, they are able to do that, and that's their mechanism for removal. They do not get to use this idea of vacancy and try to take that power from you. They have their own mechanisms of actions that they can take against Jackie if they're not pleased with her. So I also want to empower them on that. So if they have their own personal grievances, they can rally the troops and go and get the rest of the community involved and invested in their own personal grievances. Hopefully they can do that. Good luck, because we just had an amazing presentation by Brian Parker today talking about the amazing things that this district is doing and that this board has put forward. And a lot of that work was you guys working together and Jackie being very much a part of that. And I absolutely love her. And in a lot of ways, I feel like she was the secret sauce to keep everybody together to make some of those things. She did an incredible amount of research, not to mention she involved the community in those decisions. And it is a point of pride that I live in this district and that this is a example across California, because you guys were a lot of the times in the top 5 to enact those things and show leadership in those things. And I have been able to use my platform to amplify that throughout the entire state. And I am incredibly proud that you guys have done that, and I brag about you all the time. So keep doing what you're doing, keep your power, and do the right thing here. And you don't need to make any changes as far as that goes. Thank you.
Before I say anything, a lot of these people in the room know who I am. West Valley High School is my heart. I bleed red and gold. I've bled it since West Valley started. And Mr. Gibson is a teacher, Stacy's my friend. I've worked for these people that are sitting over here. I live in this district. I would love to run on your board and work in this district. If that seat was open and I had to live in Anderson, I would live in Anderson. I live in Happy Valley. That is Mr. Gibson's seat. I think having your voices in our district, living in our district, the students that you speak for is very important. I've worked for those students. I spent my life with those kids for 15 years. I was on the football field. I was in the classroom. I know the difference it takes. We're a different community than Reading. I went to Shasta High School and worked on their football team. I went to one game. There was no respect. It's a totally different world when you live out of our district. It is very important to understand when you live in the district and you work with those kids and those kids are your neighbors, those families are your neighbors. It's very, very important. And I'm telling you from my heart that I don't know Jackie. I know 2 of the board members. They work very hard, but you have to be connected to the school. If you cannot send your student or your child to our schools, why are you representing the rest of them? That's what I don't understand. If your student cannot go to our high schools, how can you make a decision for the other kids? So when you have a vote coming in from other areas, you're not representing the community that you live in. That's all I have to say. I love West Valley. I love Anderson. Okay.
Careful what you say.
I'm wearing blue tonight. It was really hard for me to show up. I was just working on the road. But no, you guys got to think about are you doing it for the board or are you doing it for the kids? Because that's who's missing out when you don't represent them right.
Amen.
So I would like to read this. This is not our board policy. This is Ed Code. And let me read Ed Code to you. A school board member must be a resident of the school district. And if they are elected by a trustee area, a resident of that particular trustee area. Ed Code 35107A. A board member must be a resident at the time of election or appointment and must be a resident during the entire time of office. That's Attorney General, California Attorney General 26, that was done in 1991. The government code states that in an elected office deemed vacant, several things can happen. One of them is determine that it's vacant and we spend the 60 days or whatever time it takes to get people to apply for it. That makes sure that everybody in our area is represented, like people that live here. That's California code, and there's a lot more about that. I'm just paraphrasing some of it. We are not just doing what we think we should because of our own policy. We're doing what California code says is supposed to happen.
I would like to table this, Ryan, and hear from our attorney to see if.
Our attorney
He's
wrote
gonna tell you
this.
the law. Brian, because I would like to actually hear the law, because I have a little disagreement. It seems ironic that this came out right now after all the drama over certain things that's happened, because since this is our board and our meeting, I would like to discuss this among us and not hear everything else, all these other comments.
I'm trying to follow the rules of order. I believe we have a first and a second, and you're making a motion to table it. But correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Whitmore, we had a first and second discussion. Do we need to vote on that first?
You can do a subsequent motion.
Somebody would have to make another motion and then they would have to agree to accept that secondary motion.
I'm talking about the first motion we had. We had a motion first, and we had a second to that motion, then discussion. Now I'm hearing another motion. Do we have to vote on the first motion?
She would be making an amendment to Mr. Gibson's motion,
I do not accept.
wanting to do that, to table it.
And Mr. Gibson has to accept that amendment to his motion?
And I do not accept. But Stacy, you got this letter March 13th after the first talk from our lawyer. This came from our lawyer.
Well, right now, Joe, I would like to research this a little more, because first of all, I don't want to break the law. Second, I want to make sure. I don't like hearing different things from people. I'd like to be able to research things. It's a meeting of our board of trustees.
No, it's a public
right
meeting.
now.
Please stop. I'm going to ask you to leave. It is a board meeting held in public. It's not a public meeting. You
The
guys,
public has no.
you can sit and watch, and you can address when it's your turn, but don't engage in the board or discussing things, please. That's your first warning.
Because I don't want, I would like to I don't want to be rushed to make a decision at something like this. So I would like to be able to read it again.
Or you just, one person, I need to have a second on that.
Okay.
I disagree.
Well,
I
Joe's
have,
not.
I have to accept it. I'm not accepting it. I've got a motion out there right now.
Someone can second that.
So, hang on. The original motion you made was for what?
Read to you, ready to go?
No, no, but when you made a second, your second was to discuss, not to vote. That was my understanding.
Second, yeah.
You seconded the
opening
motion you
to
made,
discussion.
so the discussion would occur.
And we're doing that now.
So we could vote on the first motion. We can amend the motion to table.
Does he have to accept in order to amend?
No.
Is that my is that what you're saying? Or can
I am
someone
not
make
gonna
us
go on
a
the record
different
and say
motion?
I do
You
not
just need a
have.
second.
So this is new, guys. I know you think we're all professional. Sometimes things come the first time ever, so this is a new thing. In my experience, I've been to a lot of board meetings. Usually when a motion is made and it's seconded, then discussion occurs, then there's a vote. It sounds like it's gonna be well, I don't know how long it's gonna vote. It sounds like it's gonna be two no's, because you want to have one yes, or trustee weeks. If it's a 2-2 vote, is no action. You have to have a three-person, quorum, or not quorum, but majority. I think now probably the best thing to do is vote on the current motion. If it doesn't pass, you make a motion to bring it back and have a discussion, get lawyers' advice if you want to, but I think we should follow the first motion.
And that's correct. So I call for the motion. Now we vote.
So do we have a vote for Joe's motion?
Yes.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. So, regarding this topic, I would like Jackie to have her opinion, to be able to show proof that she is not a resident. I'm hearing from the public that she's not a resident, but I would like to see some proof. So I would like to say no on this to go ahead with the next motion to table.
No, now you can make your motion, please.
So I make a motion to table this and do some more research for the legality of it for ed code and our responsibility under ed code.
A second. All in favor? Aye.
Joe, you vote on that motion?
Abstain.
Okay, moving on to 6.8, appointment of new board president. In the event the current clerk of the board is appointed as board president, the board will discuss and appoint a new clerk of the board. So first, let's address the new board president. Is there?
I make a motion, Omama Weeks. Be president.
I took. Does anyone want a second? So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, boy. All right. So now, so for clerk of the board, I'd like to nominate Julia Menard.
I'll second.
Great. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 6.9, resolution ordering governing board election and specifications of the election order. Okay. Brian, do you like to?
Yeah, this is what we have to do every year prior to the election. It's nothing to do with the agenda tonight. It's just we have to share what we do with the county before the rest starts. And so they just know our process. We just submit it to them every year.
Great. Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 6.10, resolution to establish procedure for tie votes.
Same thing, in the tie vote, in the election, to the election, to tell the county how we handle that process. And you guys approve it and send it to them. Information for them.
Any All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
6.11, resolution regarding the cost of candidate statements.
Again, same thing, we don't, the district does not pay for candidate statements, we publish, they do it on their own. We have to notify the county how we handle it.
Motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
6.12, review of AR 6115, ceremonies and observances.
So if you recall, the board had passed a policy where our district only flies American flag to California flag. And then when we were in transition from CSBA board policy to small community policy, they submitted an update, and I missed it, Lisa missed it, the board missed it, we just approved the update. And we failed to put back in what we said about flying only American flag, California flag. So I want to bring it to your attention and want to know if you want to add that back in. That's what approving this would do, add that back in.
Okay, any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. 6.13, review of BP 4119-24, maintaining appropriate adult student interactions. This was submitted by Jackie. Is there a discussion?
I would like to say something. So, this. So we have board policy 4119.24, maintaining appropriate adult student interactions. And a lot of the stuff that Jackie wanted in there is already in there. She had sent me like a mock policy. I sent her our current policy and I asked her, do you want to amend ours? Do you want to add to it? Or is it good as it is? And I never heard back. So, what the policy we have here is just our current policy. It basically outlines what we expect of our staff, how they build relationships with students. Don't email a personal email, don't get on their social media sites, don't text them, don't get their personal numbers. Just those professional standards we hold all our employees to.
We have discussion action, so we have a good move to approve. Right? Or-
So there was nothing that came up that brought this up for discussion?
SB, I want to say 88, I can't remember. It was basically a new law that schools have to have this policy in place. We already have it. And like I said, we could add to it or amend it if we wanted to. I never heard back from Ms. Welker.
Yeah. So there haven't been any changes to the original policy.
Not our policy.
So the only action we need to take is if somebody wanted to make a change.
Correct.
Okay.
And this is something if you she's not here tonight, if you want to bring it back next month, you want to.
So no action at this time? Okay. All right, 6.14, teacher consent forms to authorize certificated staff to teach in an assignment outside of their current credential for the 25-26 summer school session.
So this is pretty standard. We get kind of around at the beginning of the school year where you'll have some teachers that will be teaching outside of their credential. Same thing comes when we get to summer school. We're having those teachers complete those because they will be doing credit recovery, and that's largely based on our Edgenuity software platform. So you have teachers that maybe they're social science, but they're going to have students in summer school covering a variety of courses to make up that credit.
Okay, so we have a motion to.
A motion
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 615, so this is informational first read, district master plan for services to English learners.
This was brought, actually, Josh had brought this last year, and the inaugural, the first edition. So I'm bringing it back just for review. This is something that the DLAC looks at, reviews as well. And it is a required element for that DLAC in their review. It is a great tool that we utilize to look at the entire processes for our English learner students, from their initial testing all the way through to reclassification.
Anyone else have any comments or discussion regarding the matter?
How many English learners do we have?
Currently, we have 47. That's all, the entire district.
How many are in each site?
I tell you, I'm just gonna go off the
Roughly?
numbers that I remember, because we run this report, Mr. Dell and I run this report. About 24 at Anderson High School. I think there's 14 at West Valley. Then you lead into this kind of the single digits when you get to the alt-ed. I think there's 2, and then 1 at New Tech. I think there's 3 at Oakview. So, and it, yeah, so it kind of.
We have one reclassified today.
Yes. It kind of, it ebbs and flows as we go through the years. So, but we've stayed right around 47 to 48.
What degree are they? What degree?
Various 1 through 3 levels, 1 through 3, and we certainly had at least 6, if not a few more, that had scored so high, a level 4 on their LPAC, that we're beginning the reclassification process, as Mr. Gibson related.
It's pretty cool if you reclassify and you do well in your English class, you get the California State Seal of Applied Literacy, which is pretty cool to have on your transcript.
It's a very hard class.
Yeah. So probably, yeah, the hardest is tough.
Thank you.
616, results of the local climate survey, informational. Scott Luke?
You have that included in your packet. As Mr. Parker pointed out, we had growth in 30 out of the 33 questions on those areas. I just wanted to note where you don't see those growths, those 3, where students and families know what classes they will have and take to pass graduate from high school. Slight little decrease there of about 0.4% from the previous year. So remember last year, this was the local, local climate survey was an inaugural year, first edition of this as well. Now we're getting to that second, so we have the baseline. Now we can start really looking. Of the 3 questions, the second one is schools offer appropriate courses to prepare students for college and career readiness. Again, that was a 0.1% decrease. And then finally, the last question, there was a decline, was schools offer extracurricular activities, sports clubs, etc. students are interested in. This is an interesting one that we've got to do some more digging into. It declined by about 4%, 3.8 to be exact. And you're going to see the lowest average on that coming from teachers responding. And the students and parents, guardians were roughly similar. But it's an interesting topic that we really need to tackle at the sites, start having those conversations.
It's gotta be communication, because Jill does a great job with the after-school program. We offer more clubs at West Valley than I've ever seen there. So I don't know if we're just not getting the word out about, we have dice club, robotics, bago. I mean, like you go on a club, you can start it. So I just don't, it's a communication issue that we'll need to work on to make people more aware. And I know Anderson has a ton of things to do, so.
Are there participants in it, or are they?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So they're
One of
doing
like Baz has a weight room open, he has a weightlifting club, like there's tons of kids in there every day. You go to Eagle Vision after school, they just did a pool tournament, it is busy. So I just don't know how that, I truly think it's, and Lisa's brought this up a lot in our principal meeting, it's there, people don't know it's there. And that's where we gotta work on that disconnect.
They stop talking.
Well, yeah, that too. The kids probably don't talk at all when they get home. You're exactly right.
And so overall, you have this pretty, and you take it in its whole, but then you start digging. We have pretty good results. There are some challenges, some areas that we need to work on and identify some pretty consistent themes as to student engagement, communication, academic support, and school family partnerships. And so working with our stakeholders in those areas will be kind of a focus, whether that's at the site and at the district as a whole.
617, agreement with Five Peaks Youth Solutions for MTSS aligned services for alternative education sites. Submitted by Megan. Would you like to make any comments?
Question, it's the same program as last year, but we are increasing the service cost from past.
What's the acronym MTSS? That's what I'm hearing.
Multi-tiered system, yes.
Yeah, I heard a little fly over here, so I wanted to make sure.
Mr. Parker, do you have those numbers about the funding for that?
So in the packet, there's a bid for a total of $64,500. It's a big go up because currently this year, they're 4 days a week and they're pushing to 5 days a week. They went up. There are two funding opportunities here. One is we cover, or actually, Ms. McCauley's funds and her program will cover all of it. She has funds she has to spend by September that fit this category, and so she can cover all of it. If you remember, our district did not join the California Behavior Youth Initiative. Shasta County application has a consortium with major districts and county in that, we chose not to. But Five Peaks has also applied for that grant. So even though we're not part of that grant, we could take this MOU back to Five Peaks. Listen, if you use your grant money, it's going to reduce our cost. I think it's going to be about $10,000. Okay, $31,000 reduction if Five Peaks uses their grant funds. If we do it all ourselves, that will be the cost.
If they use their grant funds, we still would be in that initiative.
Now, we are not in it.
We wouldn't be.
We're just using a company that isn't.
And this is an annual contract. Right, so it's not like a monthly or long term. And you guys have had pretty success with that, so correct?
Yeah, I actually have a written statement from Carly Martosa about how great it's going. She was gonna stay and read it, but kind of got long in closed session, so. She talks about how, specific students, including a student who lost her home to a fire, was, positively impacted by having someone talk to them in school. She talks about how, she's seen an increase in specific students' attendance that we've noticed have been kind of MIA for a long time, or students who had very high behaviors. I mean, I'm not gonna say behaviors, we've at least gone from suspension level behaviors to, hey, you need to calm down for a couple minutes and the less class behaviors. So we definitely have seen the improvements in our students. And just overall campus culture, they're super helpful, even if there's not necessarily a student they're talking to right this minute, they might just go and be in the classrooms and help with teachers. Or the other day, we had to move a bunch of chairs from one classroom to another because we were testing in one room, so we needed more chairs in one room, and they just got up and started moving chairs. So they're really great to help.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Could I get some clarification on that motion?
Oh.
Because this approval basically says that we're gonna cover the entire cost. Do you want me to have, because Megan's got the funds to cover it, she has to spend by September, that's not a problem, we can cover it. But we could maybe have her spend that money elsewhere if you guys authorize me to take the money back to 567. Give us a new bid with you guys paying your share.
Here an amended motion.
I say amend the motion and have 5 weeks, see if they can cover it, and then Megan can use her funds that are deferred. You know.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying
Yeah,
that.
he's just in favor.
Okay, 618, MOU with Shasta County Office of Education for the Learning Community for Native Success Program.
I wanted to have a discussion on this, because there are some things in here that I didn't agree with. Let me go to the-
Omar, while Ms. Vanel is looking, you do have a public speaker you want to recognize?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's go ahead and hear from the public. Well,
So I do want to bring to your attention just an area of caution. I'm always leery of grants and MOUs, especially when you're talking about that kind of money. I'm not questioning the program itself. And I have to say that sometimes the whatever it's called, can actually involve a lot of social services. So I would like to, I mean, I didn't read the board packet or anything like that, but I would like to just express my concerns about some of this stuff, quickly making these decisions about taking on a grant or involving an MOU. Because a lot of the times when the company might be an outside company taking on MOUs, their requirement when dispersing that money is to also tie you into some of the agreements that they personally have agreed on, which means that you would just be avoiding one situation where you didn't take the grant over here, but then took it from a third party, you know, instead of SCOE, it's this other program, but you're still signing up for the same streams that you opted out of in the beginning. So that is my concern right here in this. I know it's expensive, but I do like the idea of you maintaining your autonomy and your power in that capacity. So I just wanted to have a second to say that, and I'm sorry that I didn't read up on this particular thing before I to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, so, in looking into, this, it's a new program, it's not the, Native American education that we had previously.
Correct, we've had community education as long as I've been a district, and matter of fact, I believe Mr. Gibson was the Indian education coordinator in the district office when I first started teaching here. We've had that for a long time. This is a new program. It's a county program. Many counties have it. And, I'll let you get the benefits and pros and cons of this program.
So being this is a different, it sounds like it's a different program, correct? So when I was reading up on this, according to this link, it says that they will include restorative practices training. I don't know what that means. There wasn't a whole lot more information regarding that. I did hear from someone who attended a recent conference that this seemed like critical race theory wrapped in a different label. So I'd like more information. And I'd also like to know if we can make a motion to table this item and then see if you can request an addendum to Scully and give us like an opt-out option. We decide, you know, what is being taught is not what we thought it was.
We need a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I'm not sure. In discussions with Scully on this particular grant, it is their grant to fund really their Native American Native Success Coordinator team up there. The services deal with no. I'll take you back all the way to 2019. I sat there and worked with the county or watched the county work on curriculum packages. Those are not in place in this district. What they're offering is the ability for our Title VI coordinator, which I think is the Indian Education Program, Title VI is a federal grant, Title VI. Be able to have our Title VI coordinator to go to some trainings and some networking meetings that allows him to gather like different activities that our Native American students can participate in. Engagement opportunities to engage with outside cultural activities to come on. We had one at Anderson High School, Cultural Awareness Day, just early this last 2 weeks ago. It's those kinds of activities. It is not getting a curriculum from anybody or.
So there's no changes to the curriculum, it's just funding for our current employees.
My understanding is that the Native American studies that we've had in the past, it helps us with suspension rates, it helps us with BDA, it gives education to tribal families that their kids have the ability to go to Humboldt on free tuition. Because, you know, this is like one page, an MOU, and then we have one email or two emails exchanged. I'd like to just know more of what the curriculum consists of, because it feels like, you know.
But I would like to address the curriculum because many districts have adopted ethnic studies. First it states that you have to do it, and then they realized it wasn't funded, so they couldn't force us to do it. So our district did not adopt the ethnic studies class. So there's no class that any curriculum the county wanted to do could be implemented in. Our Title VI Indian Ed coordinator does not have a teaching principal. He can't teach. So there's no venue for anything that could be going on at the county or state level to reach our students. You know, nobody knows I'm Native American myself, so some of the things I would say are disheartening for me. But right now we have 75 students in our district who are Native American. It's about 4.83% of our total district. our native students average 15 points below standard ELA. And in math, and it's kind of funny, it's 117.8 points below, 72 points below standard. Their college and career indicator is only 15.4% compared to the rest of our district, it's 47.5%. This is a shocker. The graduation rate for a Native American student is only 61.5%. Suspension rate is 18.6%, and our average for just our district is 12%. Chronic absenteeism is 45.6%, highest of any race ethnicity in our district. So some of those kids need help, and I totally agree. I'm not into teaching white supremacy or reclaiming land. I'm not into that myself. Like I did started with this comment. There's no venue, there's no classroom, there's no ability for the state curriculum or the county curriculum to come into our classrooms. So if there's any way we can improve our students' attendance rate and suspension rate and overall scores, and hope the board be open to looking at that.
So when I was in charge of the program, I had a group of parents of Native American students, and we used to meet once a month and talk about how their kids were doing. We had one person on site who was in charge of doing things for the kids, with the kids, not in a classroom, but out. He would go and meet with them individually and talk about their needs, and he would be able to get them some needs that they didn't have. He would have cultural events. He took them to Humboldt so they could see the college over there. But we didn't have to pay for any of that. That program paid for everything. It really was a great program. And he also not only worked for us, he worked for Gateway School District also, did the same thing. He wasn't here 24/7. He just came, for so many hours a day.
And Joe, that was the Title VI program. Yes, we still have Title VI. We still have a coordinator that does those types of things. We've got him now where he's planning for trips next year. There's a great one up out of Weaverville that we made connection to. This also puts him attending a meetings to kind of help him network with others to do more for those kids. There's no curriculum. There's no curriculum he's going to bring back in our social science classes. There is not that. That's not a requirement. That's not an expectation we have. It would have to go through this body before it gets to that social science.
How long is the summer before?
3 years.
It's 3 years, but as we suggested getting it amended in with the county, so we can opt out anytime we want to. So if the board gives me that direction, I will proceed with that.
Yes, go ahead and hear from the public.
I was just curious if our coordinator had reviewed any of this, and if this was something he was interested in.
Yes, very much so.
So I attended on Sunday, the very training that you'd be sending this person to, and there absolutely is a curriculum tied to it. That's why it says curriculum. The lady spoke for 3.5 hours at the County Board of Education overarching organization that they are, and they allowed me to attend as a plus one for my husband. And I will absolutely tell you that the entire time she never used a single bit of stats or any information that she gave to improve the very numbers that Brian was talking about. Instead, she started out by telling us all that we lived in boxes of colonial, and that we all had to realize that we needed to see racism in basically everything, which is the fundamental tenet of critical race theory. She then proceeded to tell us all that there's hope because we needed to go through her, I want to say it was like a 5-6 step process of through land acknowledgements and things like that. Later on, there was a panel of people that spoke. There was a portion where I left, honestly, I couldn't take it all. But there was a panel of people where one of the principals in that particular county talked about how whiteness is white supremacy. So just by having white skin, you are fundamentally a white racist or white supremacist. I've seen this type of thing when I was a fellow at Chico State for a summer on a writing project. They had a speaker come in who was at the time 2016, 2017 going across the nation. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, I think looking at the clock, you already spoke for a minute and 40 seconds.
okay,
on the
yeah,
topic.
but that was on the last item, the MTSS thing. Oh, well, that was my mistake. I'm sorry, but just to wrap this up, to let you know that they do believe that by being white, you are a white racist and you're perpetuating white supremacy. So that is fundamentally racist in my opinion. And so if you're sending your people to be trained in that way of thought, and I say decline.
We're not denying that there's curriculum they're promoting.
Yeah.
What Mr. Booth and I are saying is,
I went to that training though. I attended it.
I'm not denying what you're saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is there's no avenue, there's no venue for that curriculum to get in our classrooms. We don't have ethnic studies. Our Title VI coordinator is not a teacher.
Then I'm just saying, that's why I would not approve this. I attended the training. It's worthless. Why would we sign on for it? In fact, it's harmful. Those numbers will get worse if we continue to victimize these children and turn them into victims instead of empowering them. I want a program like what you're talking about where kids are empowered and love
You're way over your
who
time.
they
I
are.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the current motion on the floor is to table, correct?
I believe Mr.
For more
Bernard
information?
said to table it and see if I can get an amendment to have the option to opt out anytime. I think that was correct.
And we had a second. Right? Okay, so let's go ahead and have a vote for the tabling of this topic. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
619, renewal contract with Presence Learning Center for Speech and Language Services for Special Education for the 26-27 school year. Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
6.2, Golden State Pathway Program Implementation Grant for the 26-27 school year. It's made by Scott Booth.
Very excited for our construction pathway. We, as you know, with the planning grant, the Golden State Pathways Planning Grant, that really, we made tremendous progress in getting that up and going. We've got a long ways to go. We put in just recently for the Golden State Pathways Implementation Grant, which super excited because we got $404,000, just a little over 404, targeted for that pathway for the next 3 years, to be spent over the next 3 years. So super excited. I know Mr. Jones is as well, and we're just wrapping up a few more elements to it and we'll be done.
So we were awarded 404 for 4 years? Or we applied for 404 for 4 years?
It's what they granted us, was $404,000 to be spent over 3 years.
Over 3 years, so we got like 1.3. $100,000.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Do we have a motion?
So will that cover his salary, roughly his expenses each year? Will that cover his salary?
Yes, so we'll cover his salary plus about, let's say, 20,000 at each site for instructional materials.
So then he'll be covered for the next 3 years roughly.
That's correct.
Perfect, congratulations. I make a motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 621, correspondence from Shasta County Office of Education regarding the district's second interim budget informational. Got that letter. And then 622, proposal for sewage lift station liner repair at West Valley High School, led by Brent Stern.
Questions? Be straightforward.
Can we get an updated
Coming next month.
projection? You knew what I'd asked.
Yeah, you wanted the facility master plan.
Yeah.
Next month, we want an updated version of it. I was waiting to make sure these got approved this month with these dollar figures, and we'll see the new plan next month.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes.
So the agenda says informational, is this an action item?
No, it's not. You guys have already approved it in the master facilities plan already. It is informational. But what he meant by that is once you get the actual bid numbers, he'll include that in the master plan. Is that correct?
That's right.
623, bid from Northwest ADU for the Oakview High School Anderson Community Day School modernization project. This is an action item.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 624, bid from Robert S. Bryant for Phase 2 of the North Valley High School modernization project.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 625, agreement with Shasta County Office of Education to provide buses and drivers for field trips for the 26-27 school year.
To approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
626, renewal agreement with Fagan, Friedman, and Polfrost for legal services for the 26-27 school year to advise the district regarding obligations to students with disabilities and special education law.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
627, authorization to submit instructional time waiver request for the 24-25 school year. Submitted by Jennifer Parks.
So then our 25, 26, we were okay.
We haven't been audited yet for 25, 26. This is for 24, 25.
But for 25, 26, we'll have 180.
Yes, Mr. Booth has, reached out to both sites, ensured that the bell schedules have been updated so that they are correct.
So motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 628, Associate Student Body Operating Manual and Allowable Prohibited Activities and Expenditures. Submitted by Jennifer Parks.
Make a motion to approve and I think good job. Yeah, very thorough. And
I do want to, give credit to the ASB secretaries. I did collaborate with them along with our accountant. We also got feedback from our director of food services on the sections that were pertaining to food sales. So I want to publicly thank them as well for all their help.
That's great. I do, have one question. So I noticed there was like a pre-authorization for, for a lot of athletic, trips and things like that.
For expenses?
Correct.
Mhm.
So for programs like wrestling, where they're not quite sure how many students are gonna end up at a tournament at any given time, for example, do they have to apply and get a pre-approval like for 2 weeks in advance?
I believe through ASB, they have an open PO for, are you talking about like registration for students? What specific expenses are you thinking of?
Well, like if they're traveling for a tournament,
Mhm.
for example,
Mhm.
and say they want it, for the school. or
Oh, gotcha, yeah. They'll usually have an open PO for expenses, such as food or, anything related to the trip if they stay overnight somewhere.
So it's like a
Yes.
Okay.
So, just to clarify, did you get a second on that one? Do you have a second? Sorry.
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we have any other discussion? Before we vote? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we'll move on now to reports and comments. Do we have anyone to speak from CSEA or CTA? No comment. Okay, superintendent.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple comments. I do appreciate the team. I don't think people compliment me like what my authority is allowed and not allowed. I have 5 bosses. I can't tell them what to do or what my laws involve. My job is to prevent information. Meeting conduct, I can't control the tone of the meeting. Along with the board president. I want input. They need to do so politely and correctly. You don't want to get back and forth about the board. The board meeting on the public, get a chance to provide input in an organized fashion. And so I appreciate your attendance. Unfortunately, they have to run that for the morning. Try to maintain some decorum and civility in the meetings. But I do appreciate it.
Okay, trustee comments, Joe? Or, well, let's start with our student trustee. Do you have any comments to make?
This is last.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is my last meeting. I don't know, just thankful for the opportunity. It's just, yeah, as I'm leaving, I just hope that our schools can thrive with like my two brothers, so I just want to that's just what I'm thinking about as a team. So that's fair. So yeah, just thankful for the opportunity and hoping whoever does this next year. Also, it's represent their school.
How old are your brothers?
One of them's a freshman, the other one's in seventh grade.
Good luck. Good luck.
No comment.
Stephen, tell Mr. Wool thank you for everything he's done here in the ag program. All I hear about is how wonderful he was as a young teacher in the community, and I'm gonna miss his barbecue. Are you gonna continue those?
Oh, if you've had our food within the last year, it's been me. I'll let you know. So, the last few years. Yes, so that long tradition will continue.
And all the community service things he's done?
Yes, yep. We still have our relationship with Anderson Rotary as well as quite a few others, Anderson Explodes, and so all of that will continue.
He's done a great job, so tell him thank you.
I will thank you.
That he's done good, so.
I would like to hop in that, because I had it in my notes, and I just skipped it. Mr. Wold, Mr. Crusher Bowl. Great service to our district for so long. I worked with both of them as a teacher, as a vice principal and principal. Not a principal, Mr. Crusher, but I coached against Eric in basketball. Both great guys. Mr. Wold. Mr. Gibson, you go to school in this district?
Pardon me?
Do you go to school in this district?
No, my kids did.
Okay. Mr. Wool went to school here, and he spent 38 years here as a teacher. As an ag teacher, all the hours they put in, I think I'd be a safe bet to say that no other human has spent more time in this district as a student and a teacher than Mr. George Wool. And he has contributed so much everything in the district. I mean, for years and years and years, hearing him announce a football game, that will always be etched in my mind forever. So I wish him and Mr. Kosher the best of luck in retirement.
I think Mr. Kosher's gonna be missed, because I heard you would always tell the stories about, is it Germany or where?
Yeah. He played basketball, semi-pro basketball in Europe. Spent a lot of time in Germany.
I think Crystal told me that is gonna, you won't be able to replace that. And those side stories that you told, so you guys have hard teachers to replace that are gonna be retiring. So tell him he's gonna be missed too. So it's gonna be tough, replacing those teachers. You guys are gonna be missed, but then the new ones come. And that's what happens, you guys have energy. And that's what our kids need, because it's hard being a teacher. You guys, you have a hard job. And the secretaries, you guys have hard, and the outsource, it's principals. I appreciate all you guys, what you do in the Teachers Appreciation Week. You guys have a hard job, so it's good. The kids, I think are ready for summer. I think the teachers are more ready, so. You guys.
I would like to comment on the comments that were made tonight by the public. I would say to the comment that called our board incompetent and with 0 out of 5 our survey, that I respectfully disagree. The highlights that you shared, our accomplishments, philosophy, belief shows that this board and our district is striving to accelerate and improve sites, facilities, programs, academics, athletics for our students. And thank you for highlighting that tonight. It was much needed. I would also like to bring up another topic that there are protections for elected officials that protect against intimidation, harassment, confidentiality measures. And I say that because I didn't appreciate the comment where my child's location of school was brought up. That's my own business, and he's a minor. So to expose that personal piece of information is not okay. If you want to attack me, you can attack me, but please don't bring my child into it. And in the light of transparency, I will share what I've shared with many community citizens that have come to me and asked why my son goes to another school. And quite frankly, he attended a private Christian school. And he wanted to go where his friends were going. And we have neighbors in our neighborhood that have kids that already go there. So I think as a parent, a lot of people can understand that you don't want to expect your child to start all over again. They want to stay with their friends. Their friends are a big part of their life. They're the families that we trust and respect, and we want him to have that connection point. Another note was that right after I got on the board, we were kind of thrust into having to make a decision on the community schools grant and some other hot topics. And that was really difficult because, again, being a board member and learning how this all works, it's a huge learning curve. And after we did that vote in February, that was what, 2 months after we got on the board, I started to notice that people were treating me differently. And I frankly didn't want my son to come to a school where either he would be treated, biased, in favor of him, or treating him differently. So that was another exciting factor. Another exciting factor was the fact that I had media reaching out to me asking where my kids went to school. And mind you, I have not just a high schooler, but 2 littles. My youngest is in kindergarten. And then I proceeded to see people sitting over my fence in the backyard and drones flying over my house. So as you can imagine, as an elected official, I'm thinking, what the hell did I just get myself into? And I feel intimidated. And I feel fearful for my children. So I don't think that it is right that people bring in our choices of where we send our kids to school. What if my kid homeschooled? Would that unqualify me? That's not a qualifying factor for any board member to serve on this board. That's not a qualification to run for this office. I'm here, I have zero bias towards any school site. I'm here because I care, because I want to be a part of the decision-making that goes on in the community that I live in. So that is my honest and transparent response to that. And again, everyone has a different opinion, and you're entitled to your opinion, and that's totally okay. I don't need to be understood. But that's my reasoning. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you. I have nothing to add, except that this is going to be a unique one because we're going to be going into closed session for a second time.
Before we go to closed session, can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And then we'll adjourn to closed session.
You don't want to have, I normally say that the
Mine's blinking too. It's because we talked too long tonight. Okay, so coming back from 8.1, so as Mr. Stevens was informed, you'll be notified of the board's decision in writing. We have nothing to report this time now. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Um,